Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for a live reading session. We are going to be doing live tarot and astrology readings here on the channel. So if you are watching this in the live version, hello, welcome. You can get a live reading with me here right on the stream. If you open the description box, I have all of my current live offerings there. You just donate for the offering that you would like, and we'll do your reading right here on the stream. If you are a member of my channel and you still have some free monthly readings you'd like to use, then you can absolutely do that as well. Just let me know. And if you'd like to become a member of my channel, then definitely check that out. You get access to all of my behind the scenes content as well as free readings throughout the month. If you're watching in the recorded version and you'd still like to get a reading with me, you absolutely can do that as well. Just check out my private readings. Link for that is down below. So I hope you guys are all having a great start to your 2026. It has definitely been already pretty crazy as expected. I talked all about that in my webinar. If you haven't yet watched that webinar, then you want to go ahead and grab that ASAP because it is available for $29 through the rest of today. And then tomorrow it is going up to $49. So if you want to know what is coming in 2026 so you can be prepared and not thrown off track or blindsided by anything that is happening, then you want to know what to expect. And the webinar will lay everything out for you. We'll tell you absolutely all of the energy from every perspective. And I go month by month telling you what's going to happen. So do yourself a favor, check that out and save yourself some money. I'll put the link for that in the chat box as well as the description. All right, guys. So I think that's everything from me at this point in time. Now I will open it up for you guys. So if you'd like a reading, just go ahead and let me know. Hi, Jaren. How are you? Happy New Year. Awesome. Thank you for your donation. Let me go ahead and pull up your question. Alrighty, love. So you want to know what are Chris's thoughts, feelings towards me, and the connection. Okay, perfect. So most important messages for Jaren, please. How does Chris think and feel about her? Ooh, okay, as soon as I said that, like instantly as I said that, I have the 9 of Swords that popped out. Ooh, all right, what else? How does Chris currently think about her? How does Chris currently feel about her? Ooh, wow, Ace of Cups, like instantly. As soon as I said feel, the card started going crazy. Okay, and how does he think and feel about the connection? How does he think and feel about the connection? 2 of Swords, yeah. Okay, so first of all, his energy is coming through so strongly for you. And I even have the Knight of Swords at the bottom of the deck, which tells me that he thinks about you quite a bit, which makes sense with the 9 of Swords. I feel like he kind of low key, let's just say, like, his mind goes to you very often, like, probably more than it really should, or more than, yeah, like more than it should. Like, you definitely occupy a lot of his mental space, okay? Um, he has a lot of anxiety when it comes to you in terms of like um there's just like so many different things. He feels regret, he feels sadness, he feels dumb, he feels stupid, he feels like he messed things up, he feels like I blew it. Can I get this back? Can this work out again? Like, he's just all over the place when it comes to you. Yeah, he's really all over the place when it comes to you. Um, I'm like trying to articulate what he is thinking, but it's like everywhere. Um, yeah, but a lot of it is like about him, him and how he feels about the way that he conducted himself or treated you or showed up for you. Like, he's like, I'm an idiot, I'm stupid, I blew it, like I lost someone that I really love because look, we have the Ace of Cups and how he feels about you. It really doesn't get any better than that. Like, that's the card you want to see come out and how someone feels about you. You still have his heart, right? Like, you still have his heart, even if there's like other people in the picture, even if there's people around, like nobody has his heart the way that you do. The feelings that he has for you are like just as strong as they were in the past. Like, it's just still very, very strong. And that's what kills him because his head and his heart are on 2 different pages. That's what causes stress and anxiety, right? Because his head is like, "No, I messed it up. This is over. This is not coming back. This is, like, done." But his heart is like, "But maybe, but it's possible, but it could." And that's what's, like, ripping him up. And, like, That's why in the way he feels about the connection, we have the 2 of swords. He vacillates back and forth. He goes back and forth. 1 second, he's like, "No, it's done. It's over. Nothing's gonna happen here." The next second, he's like, "But what if? And this could be, and if we could get back to that place." And then he's on that side for a little while, and that makes him feel good. It gives him relief to have hope, because when he doesn't feel that hope, it's like horrible. He feels really, really, really bad. So, girl, yikes. There's a lot here. But, just what I would say to like just sum this up is you still occupy space in his head rent free for sure. And it really, you know, drives him crazy. Okay. Drives him crazy. And he's fighting, his head and his heart are in a constant battle, constant fighting. 1 second he's like, yeah, 1 second he's no. So there's just a lot of, it's like a tornado when you tap into his energy. You said, "Thank you. I wasn't sure if he was mad at me because he hasn't acknowledged anything I've said. He was mean to me on Christmas, and I'm trying to move forward in my life. He said we can't be together." He attacked me saying I don't care about him after I didn't visit for Christmas, and in return, I've asked for some space to focus on my life and path. Yeah, that's the thing. He vacillates between anxiety and wanting your attention. So it's like sometimes he's like, no, sometimes he's like, yes. But when you don't validate his internal storm, then he feels rejected because he feels like he's carrying this like really heavy emotional burden of the connection. And so when you like don't acknowledge it or you're not experiencing the same thing or you want space, he feels intense rejection and he feels intense abandonment, and that makes him crazy. But, honestly, that's not your fault. Like, that's his problem. He has to learn how to be a little bit more secure than that. Um, so, you know, you can't really do anything about that. But just know, like, he would never have such an intense reaction to you if he didn't care about you. He just wants you to carry the emotional bag with him. That's why he's attacking you. That's why he's trying to make you feel bad. He's trying to pull you down to his level so you feel as crazy as he does. So, yes, there's a lot here. There is definitely a lot here. You say, I'm trying to stay friends, knowing we won't be together, but he expects a lot. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. He wants you to be his. He wants you to belong to him. Mhm. Um, you say travel to help him, talk to him every day for hours. I do want to be on my own path. Yes. Yes. With him, your life has to revolve around him. You know, that's just how the relationship is with him. Your life is about him. Period. It's not about you. And for some women, that's perfect. That's what they're looking for. They want to do that. Okay, great. But he has to find that woman. He has to find that woman that wants to be that. And obviously, you're telling him that you don't want to be that. And he has to go through the pain of being without you. So you said, thank you. It's been like 8 years. I just want to find a partner who will be with me. Right. Exactly. Exactly. So you just have to reject this energy and just open your heart to what it is that you truly want. You're welcome. Good luck. Hello, Cornelius. Hope you're doing well. Let's go ahead and grab those messages for you. Let's see what your ancestors want you to know. Most important messages for Cornelius, please. What do his ancestors want him to know for the rest of January? Okay, as soon as I said that, I have assessed the situation. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Okay, two other ones. We have reveal what needs to be seen and honor your feelings. Okay. Bottom of the deck, I have practice gratitude. So there's a lot of different messages here. Let's see what area of life they want you to focus on. Ooh, all right. Multiple ones. I feel like there's just like a lot that wants to come out for you. I have 8th house, 10th house, and 7th house. Okay, fascinating. All right. I feel like what's important for you to know, not just for the rest of January, but honestly, just for this entire year, is how important relationships are to you at this time. And I don't just mean romantic relationships, I mean relationships in general. It is so important to have the right people, the right support system around you, and to understand that you cannot do this on your own. Okay. Um, yeah, it feels like there's something that you're carrying that is way too heavy, way too heavy. But the reality of dropping it or the reality of making a change may feel equally as terrifying. So it may just be easier to stay in your comfort zone, keep everything the same, because at least that way you have control. Um, However, if you were to really step out and do what your heart really wanted and to live a life that you really desired, it will require you to have to blow some things up, right? It will require you to have to, have some really hard, deep, intense conversations and to face your fears. So, a lot of what's keeping you stuck in your current situation is the fear of being out of control, the fear of hurting other people, the fear of disappointing other people. And it's that fear that will keep you stuck indefinitely. So I feel like the first message here is be honest about your circumstances, be honest about your situation, and really get to the bottom of why you find yourself in the position that you're in. Um, I feel like the base of it is fear. The base of it is fear. And there's a need to really take time to get to the bottom of that fear, where it stems from, and to remove it from its core from your life. Um, because it's preventing you from really hitting the levels in life that are possible for you. You have much greater potential than you allow yourself to reach. Um, in order for you to be seen in the way that you want to be seen, you have to be fearless, and you have to be willing to, be ruthless, when it comes to your wants, needs, and desires, and be willing to, put boundaries and say no to things that don't align. So, really, you just have to put yourself first in your life. You just have to be the number one priority in your life and understand that that's not selfish. That's normal, because this life is about you, right? The first house in astrology is you, and everything else is secondary from that. So you just have to get your priorities straightened out and readjust your life to where you are the leader, the king, the driver of your destiny, and everything else is secondary, and nothing else has so much power over you. Um, and so, yes, there could be relationships that you have right now that decrease your power, relationships where people don't value you, relationships where people don't want to see you succeed or don't want to see you put yourself first. And those are ones that you really should reevaluate and, um, potentially cut off if possible. But yeah, there's just a lot of work that you need to do to straighten things out and to get things going on the right track. If you don't do this work, if you don't put yourself first, if you're not willing to make hard cuts and hard decisions, then you're going to find that you're just going to slip back further and further in your life to a point where you're going to be pinned in a corner and you're not going to be able to make any choices. So be very, very careful with how you proceed forward and know that you have the power to turn things around. You just, all right. So hopefully this is helpful for you. Good luck. Hello, lovey. Let me know if you can hear me okay. Okay, perfect. All right, let's get this up here. Okay, first we're just going to look at him, see what's up with him, what you need to know, and then we'll throw up your compatibility. Yes, I can just change it so you won't see it. Yeah, no problem. I understand. Okay, let's get his chart up here. One thing I want to check super quick is just to make sure he's a Capricorn moon. Let me just double check because his moon's like at the end. So it could be Aquarius, it could be Capricorn. So let's double check because that will make a big difference. Yeah, he potentially could be an Aquarius moon, but he's more than likely higher probability of being a Cap moon. So, with that being said, I'm going to make him a Cap moon because he has a Cap stellium. So, that's a big part of his personality. Tizzy, hello. Yes, you can ask a question, but you need to make a donation first. Please read the description box. All right. So let's get him up here. Okay. Yeah. So we'll check this out. Can you see it? Yeah. Like I said, he's got a whole Cap stellium. So that means everything you see here, okay, his Uranus, his Neptune, his Saturn, his Venus, his moon, all potentially fall in your first house. Okay. So when someone's stuff is coming into your first house, that means that they are with you. They're like with you. Your physical body and their physical body are occupying the same space. They're in your life. Okay. They are in your life and you feel them. Like your physical body feels them. You feel their presence. So, especially if his Venus is in your first house, which it is, his Venus is definitely in your first house for sure. But I'm just saying, if his Venus is in your first house, this means he likes you. He likes you. And even more, if his moon as well is in your first house, oh, he really likes you, right? Because Venus and the moon is how we feel and how we experience, especially like the other sex. Like for men, it's like wife, girlfriend, mom, things like that. It's like how we experience love and feel love and what we find attractive and what makes us feel comfortable. That would mean like you, just you, the way you show up, the way you are. You don't have to change anything about yourself. He likes you, feels comfortable with you, and he wants to be around you. Okay. On top of that, his Saturn also being in your first house means I'm with you. I'm committed to you. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Okay. So, yeah, you said it seems steady, right? When someone's Saturn falls into your first house, they're there. They are there. Okay. So, right off the bat, I like that. But let's talk about him, right? Of course, we're not going to know for sure what his ascendant really is. This is the noon chart that I do for people I don't know the birth time for, but I find that it tends to be pretty accurate because the noon is when the sun is at its highest point, and so I feel like that says a lot about a person, especially a men, because the sun relates more to men. So I feel like it tends to work out pretty well a lot of times when you do it. But yeah, you said so far I feel like he's my match. Yes. We also are from the same culture and religion, which is cool. Yeah, that's also going to be incredible. Makes it easier 100%. So, what can we know about him? Well, we know for sure that he's a Sagittarius sun. Okay. So, and it's at 10 degrees at the Capricorn degree. So, this is someone who's very interesting. They have strong beliefs. Okay. This is someone that's going to have really, really strong beliefs that were likely passed down from the father or the grandfather, um, religion that was passed down from the father or grandfather. The parents and grandparents are very important to this person. Culture is very important to this person. Religion is very important to this person. They follow a certain way of life, and that is that. That is who they are, and they will likely tend to stick with that. So, like you said, he comes from a particular religion, same religion as yourself. He's probably very like he is very of that religion. Um he's like, yeah, this is the way it is. He kind of can have like a, yeah, well, this is just how it is type of mindset, or not question things like, this is how my dad did it, or this is what I was taught, or this is what this says, and that's how it is. He's going to be very, very, very opinionated person for sure, and be very like dogmatic about it. With the Capricorn, it's like, this is the rules. You don't break the rules. These are the laws. You don't break the laws. This is how things are. He's going to stick with it. You said he's very interesting and does have strong beliefs. Yeah. But I also agree with Mo. So that's good. Yes. Yeah. So he's very, very strong minded guy. Okay. Ruler of his sun is Jupiter, which is retrograde. Interesting. So he has Jupiter retrograde in Cancer. So he has just recently had a Jupiter return. And so what's cool about this, about like the timing in his life right now with the Jupiter return, this is a time for him where he can kind of be becoming like the husband version of himself. Like the last 12 years of his life, how old is he? Was he 30, 36? So let's say the last 12 years of his life, he's been like, let's say like the young adult version of himself. And now he could be becoming like the husband version of himself, right? Like the idea of getting married and like having kids and doing all that could maybe sound a lot more interesting to him. Because though he has strong beliefs, he does want to care about something or someone. He could also be very patriotic as well. Like he's maybe like very patriotic about where he comes from. And like may want now at this point in his life to kind of like share that with someone, or to create heirs, that he can teach his culture and his religion to. Like that could become a lot more interesting for him to do over the next like 12 years of his life. So yes, this would definitely be a time where I think he'd be looking for relationship. But you do have Chiron here as well. So, and Jupiter is retrograde. So, you know, as much as this is something that he wants, it's probably something that he really, really wants. It's probably also something that really scares him as well. He could be really scared also to like have a family, um, because of perhaps like his own family upbringing or his own experience. Like he could be like, I don't want to have the same experience. I don't want my marriage to be like the way my parents' marriage was, something like that. He definitely has some type of family baggage, family trauma, something about his upbringing or early life. It does affect him and his ability to show up in life the way that he wants to show up in life. So that could be like an inner insecurity that he has, though on the outside, he looks really strong and very confident. So like if he hasn't been in like a long-term relationship or he like hasn't gotten really serious about anyone, like I wouldn't be surprised by that because it's something that's scary for him. But because Jupiter is transiting this area right now, it is something that he could be actively healing through also. And then his chart ruler is opposed to everything over here in Cancer or Capricorn, rather. So he deals with duty versus duty, responsibility, service versus like home and family. Like I said, what he wants more than anything is a family, is someone to love him, someone to love on, kids, things like this. But he also has big goals, big responsibilities, a desire to make something of himself. And he could be the type of guy that's like, I'm not going to have kids and stuff like that or get married until my career is at this level. Like he can kind of have like that, like, I have to do XYZ before XYZ. He can be that type of person as well. So, yeah. Has he ever been in a long-term relationship or been married? I'd be curious to know with him because he seems like he would be more one to delay, though it's what he wants. It's like he wants to show up in a certain way for sure. Like he wants to be big daddy, top dog, in charge because that's what his dad did, or that's what his grandfather did, or that's what's, expected in the culture. So he kind of has like pressure that he places on himself or pressure that maybe comes from an external source. So yeah, let me know about that. I'm just curious. Um, okay, so then that's his chart ruler. Yes, you're right. He trains a lot. I think he's retiring, cycling soon, and is a business owner last year. Yeah, I would definitely see this guy being a business owner for sure. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's he hasn't because it's scary to him. That's the most terrifying thing for him is being vulnerable, being open, letting someone in enough is probably one of the hardest things for him to do. So, yes. Then on top of that, like I said, the majority of the day, the moon is in Capricorn. It's only the very, very ending hours of the day that the moon is in Aquarius. So I'd say there's a higher probability that he's a Capricorn moon. And so, also with that being said, he has a difficult time expressing his emotions. He has a difficult time being super emotionally available. He's just very pragmatic, he's very realistic. He wants relationship that gives to him a marriage, a partnership, it's about status more than anything. It's more about status. It's about, okay, uh, we get married. I'm going to have this role. You're going to do this role. We're going to have this status in society. We're going to be seen in this particular way. And it's very important that we uphold this status and we act, in these roles, So for him, like love and relationship is more status based. Even if his moon was in Aquarius, this would also be the same as well. But because you said he's like very into his culture and religion, I'm going to pin him down more as a Capricorn moon, because if he was moon in Aquarius, then he would be following, he'd be marching to the beat of his own drum. He wouldn't care about, his religion and thing like that. He'd be like, I'm going to do my life my own way. So I'm going to say he's a Capricorn moon. So yes, for him, it's like, we're going to do this way. It's going to be like this. And that's how it's going to be. And with that, he has more control, like he can control the relationship from that standpoint. And then it's safer for him. Like for him, having a safe relationship with someone who's just safe, someone who's not crazy, just okay, whatever, that for him is like ideal, like, so yes, if you notice that he's kind of like testing you or trying to like, I don't know, make sure that you stay in line, so to speak. It's just him seeing like, are you going to be stable? Like, are you not going to be crazy? Because Capricorn moon men, they can handle crazy. They can handle emotional ups and downs. And not that you're like that, but that's really what he's afraid of with this Chiron in Cancer. He doesn't want anybody who's crazy. He doesn't want anyone that has big emotional ups and downs. He doesn't want anyone that is going to be unpredictable. It's like he just wants simple, predictable, just be normal, stay in your lane, and then like I can handle this. So what I would say about him is I feel like he has low emotional capacity. Okay, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But he has a low emotional capacity. This is a guy that's like, I'm gonna take care of you. I'm gonna provide for you. I'm gonna look out for you. I'm gonna make sure our family's okay. But is he gonna be crying with you, watching sad movies with you? No. Like he's not gonna do that. He wants a practical relationship where he's responsible for the practical needs being met. That's what he wants. So yes. And, this is just Saturn things, right? So he's got this, because he's a super Capricorn. He's a Capricorn stellium with the ruler of Capricorn in Capricorn. This is like a Capricorn, Capricorn, Capricorn. Okay. So what you see is what you get. Who he is who he is. He's practical. He's dry, but he's going to be there. He's going to be stable. He's going to be loyal. You're never going to worry about him. You're never going to worry about him ever. And he also has his Mars in Scorpio. So he goes deep. He goes deep. And it's conjunct Pluto. Holy crap. He goes deep, okay? He is a deep diver. When he is in something, he's in it for life. He's not going to let go. Once he latches on, he's latched on, and he's going to want to know everything about you, all of your secrets and everything. And same thing, he'll tell you everything about him. Like this is like ride or die. He is a ride or die. He can be boring, but he is predictable and he's consistent as hell. So that's what you get with him. Predictability, stability, consistency. This is what you get with him. Yeah. So let's see now what the synastry is looking like. Okay, so here's your synastry. Is it showing? No. There we go. Okay, so here is your synastry. So, like I said, his whole Capricorn stellium is in your first house. I love that. That to me shows like he's here. This is commitment. This is the real deal. Okay. Saturn in your first house, I'm committed to you. Venus in your first house, I love you. Moon in your first house, I like you. I like you and I love you. I like you, I love you, and I'm committed to you. What the hell else do you want, right? Like, okay, there we go. But you see, if you look across the ways here, his Chiron retrograde and Jupiter retrograde both fall into your seventh house. So his like relationship, we couldn't even say relationship. I'd say his emotional troubles, his fears, his insecurities, his weaknesses fall into your seventh house. So what you deal with him is, yes, he's here and yes, he's committed and yes, he likes you, but he has a hard time relating to you. He has a hard time emotionally connecting with you, being vulnerable with you, opening up with you. That's what you deal with him. So that's the trade-off. It's like, okay, he's here, but I don't really know what he's thinking half the time. He's not telling me anything. Like, I don't know. But in terms of being like super emotional and lovey-dovey and romantic, that he struggles with. Okay. So there's that. We talked about his moon. His sun falls into your 12th house, and Saturn is here. This is also a little bit, I don't love when anything falls in the 12th house. Because a lot of times what happens with these relationships, not always, and of course, like relationships progress, and so they can always change, but for the most part, when someone's sun is in your 12th house, this is more of like a behind the scenes relationship, like a private relationship, like nighttime, bedtime relationship. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. You like carry them around in your subconscious all day long. But the relationship doesn't make it out, beyond that, where you're like seen outside as like a couple. So I don't love that. But nonetheless, it can definitely work and it's fine. So with his sun in his 12th house, he exposes, and you had this too with, let me think what that guy's name was. There was another Sag. I can't remember his name, but they like expose they see your blind spots. Let's say it that way. Okay. They see your blind spots. They see a part of you that you can't see. And this is already a difficult thing for you because you also have Saturn in the 12th as well. So it means that you have difficulty accessing this 12th house, or it takes a lot of conscious effort for you to access the 12th house energy, which is, connecting to the universe, connecting to the unknown, connecting to the divine, believing in things you can't see, faith, things like this. So it's like he can see this part of you, but you can't see this part of you. And he sees it all the time because it's his son. And he's sitting in there. So he's like lighting it up. And he's like, don't you know this about yourself? Don't you see this about yourself? And it's like, no, I don't. So this is like always weird to me. But it can be therapeutic if the person is like, hey, did you know this about yourself? Or did you know this about yourself? Or da da da. If they are like wanting to help you and wanting you to see it, then that's great. But if they see your blind spots and they're taking advantage of it, then that's like where it's weird, you know? And his Mercury is here as well. And his Mercury is conjunct your Uranus. So, you know, he can see and communicate to you things about yourself that you can't even see about yourself, which again can be therapeutic, but also could not be therapeutic as well. That can really go either way. So that's not my fave. So yeah, let's see what else we've got here. Yeah, and then his Mars falls into your 11th house. And his Pluto. So he can help you to move your life forward, like to take your life to the next level or to accomplish your goals, plans, and dreams for the future, right? So if there's like something you want to do, he's the guy. Like he can help you to do that, right? Like if you're like, I want to get married, I want to have more children, I want to buy a house, things like this. This is the guy that's like, okay, I can help you to do that. But he has to take control of you. Like he has to be the one to do it, right? He can like initiate you, basically, right? He can say, "Oh, you want to be a wife? Okay. I give you the marriage. Now you're a wife." Right? But he has to do it. Okay, you want more kids? Okay. I give you the kids, but he has to do it. Okay, you want to have a house? Okay. Here you go. I buy the house, your name's on it. Like it takes him taking the effort to do it. So you have to be like at his mercy, you know, or you have to trust him, or you have to be patient with him, or you have to go, you know, okay. You have to really surrender to this guy, you know. Yeah. You have to surrender to him and do what, not necessarily do what he wants you to do, but like you definitely have to be a certain way, you know, like you have to be a certain way with him. And it just depends. It just depends if you want to be that certain way. If you want to be that certain way, if you want to be what he wants you to be, then this is perfect. You just be what he wants you to be. And that's it. You don't have to do anything. But if you don't want to be what he wants to be and you don't want to go along with everything he wants to do, and you kind of want a relationship with a little bit more equality, I don't know. I have an I don't know with this because I feel like with this, you definitely give. It's easy for you to meet his needs because you just have to be yourself. But it's harder for him to meet your needs. So it just depends whether or not it's worth carrying like an uneven emotional load. Like if you're willing to pay the price, let's say, like that's what I could say about this. So yeah, but let's just say for example, and it may or may not be, you know, that his ascendant really is Aquarius, then your moon falls into his 4th house. So you end up taking on a lot of the emotional weight of the connection. You're responsible for a lot of the emotions and like just the emotional piece of the connection. Like anything that requires emotions, you're responsible for. His emotions, your emotions, like the emotions of children, let's say, taking care of the home, things like that, right? Where he cares about you, right? He cares about you, but he is going to show you in practical ways. He's going to be like, of course I care about you. Don't I pay the bills? Of course I care about you. Don't I buy you this? Of course I care about you. Don't I protect you? But, you know, like I said, is he going to be like, yeah, babe, let's get a dog and have movie night? Probably not, probably not. But can you have that with your family? Can you have that with your kid? Like, can you get that from somebody else? Does it have to be from him? I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe that doesn't have to be met by him, and maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. You said, I feel like as long as we get along and he's not demeaning or controlling in a negative way, then that's okay. You said, yeah, it sounds like he would do anything for me just so long that he does it. You said, what's new? I feel like I'm a stable person. I already told him mental health is important, like my dad. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah. And then in terms of, let's see, your eighth house. So, okay. So when we talk about like the power and control dynamics, what's it going to be like if you guys are married? So his south node falls into your eighth house. So the eighth house, the seventh house is like the actual relationship, like the commitment, the marriage. The eighth house is what do you get from that commitment or marriage? Like what is it like after you guys are married, essentially? His south node is there. So with him, you deal with a lot of karma, you deal with a lot of baggage, you deal with a lot of past life stuff. His baggage pops up in your eighth house. So, what I feel with this guy is okay, you get him, you're in a relationship with him, and he provides for you, but in return, you deal with his baggage. Right. And everybody has baggage, right? Like it's not like there's going to be nobody with no baggage. But that's like your lived experience. Your lived experience is his baggage. And the south node for him is Leo. And that comes back to the sun. That comes back to Sagittarius. Okay. So what is it? It comes from his culture, comes from his beliefs, his values, his morals, his ethics. So that's what you deal with is he's going to dominate the marriage, dominate the lifestyle, dominate everything, or everything will be based upon his beliefs, values, morals, ethics. Like that's like a part of your like experience with him. So, again, if it's the same religion you're in, same culture, same thing, everything like that, and you're okay with that, then okay, maybe that's not a big deal. Maybe you're like, yeah, I get it because I'm from that and I understand that and this is how it is. Maybe that's fine for you. But that's what you experience with him. You said sounds like my mom's and dad's marriage. Definitely could be, right? Because he's bringing south node energy. He's bringing like past life, early life energy into the marriage, which very well, yes, it could mirror the relationship you have with your mom and dad. Absolutely. 100%. The only other thing we haven't talked about with him, because like I said, everything for him is all in a couple places. His chart's very simple. The only other thing is that his north node on the opposite side of that is in your second house. So he can bring you forward financially. Like financially, your life can improve with him, right? He can provide you with greater stability, greater foundation. And this is where your Pluto is transiting right now. So, over the next 20 years of your life, your financial situation is going to change in some big major way. And with this guy, he pulls you forward. He pulls you forward. He probably will give you a house. You probably will have access to his finances. You probably can maybe not work as much. You probably can have like a very traditional life with him if that's what you're looking for. But the price is you deal with his baggage. You deal with his baggage, and he's not super emotionally like available, open, all of that. But he provides the hell for you and provides for your children. So he's very straightforward. This guy is easy. He's easy. Your life with him is easy. It's not dramatic. It's not dramatic. It's not difficult. It's not crazy, you know, but it can be just kind of, you know, it just is what it is, and it's just like, okay, either it is what it is and you're cool with it, or you're like, eh. You said the culture is like that, but my dad's too committed to her. She was his world. She was his world and all. But my dad's family, woo, I love them, but the focus is on them. Same with him. His family is going to be important. You're coming into his life, basically. Will he be good with my kid? So kids for you is your 5th house. That for him is, let's say, his 4th house, Taurus. So it goes back to Venus. Yeah. Yeah. He will love the kid because he loves you. Let's say it like that. He will love the kid because he loves you. Aw, yeah, and that'll be good too, right? Because his sun and his Mercury will be in Lucas's 1st house. So the sun is like an authority figure, is a masculine figure, is like a dominating figure, and that's in his 1st house. So, he will show up. And that also would mean as well that this entire Capricorn stellium would fall in Lucas's 2nd house. So that's support, that's resources, that's finances. He will support his life. So he will take care. He will take care of the kids. Is he going to be dad of the year running around throwing a football? Maybe, maybe not. But he will definitely support, and he will give. With Mercury, he will, communicate and tell him things that he needs to hear. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's a Sag, right? So, at the end of the day, he's gonna be that fiery. He's gonna have a fiery disposition to him. He's gonna have that energetic disposition to him. Yes. Um, so yeah, I think that they will get along quite well. They will have very similar personalities. They will have, mm, they'll both be strong in their beliefs. Hopefully, the beliefs are the same, right? Hopefully, they're not, clashing with that. But yeah, I think it will be good. Yeah, no, I think for sure if you're looking for long term, you're looking for stability, you're looking for a provider, you're looking for someone that's going to take your life to the next level. Yes, this one you have to see how this goes. that's your 12th house. That's your 12th house. So obviously these Sagittarius people are, trying to help you with that. And you're a Capricorn rising, so the ruler of your chart is Sag. So that's where people are meeting you. You said I take my kid to the church, so hopefully okay. Yeah. Yeah. For sure you guys will have to follow his way. For sure. You said I am. I'm done struggling and my dad not here to help me for fatherly duties anymore because he passed. Yeah. Yeah, I think this guy's a strong fatherly contender. You know, I think he can fill that role, can fill the role that you need. You said, well, hoping to have my own career will be okay. Let's see. So your 10th house. Okay, well, your South Node and your Mercury. Let me see exactly. Okay, so your Mercury in the 10th is at 5. Let's see his 5. So it squares. Sun. Well, what I'll say is your sun and his sun square each other. So his career and your career form a clash. So if like it ever came down to like push come to shove, like who's gonna work, it's gonna be a battle. It's a battle. And just in general too, like with you being Virgo and him being Sag. Yeah, there's some things that you guys definitely clash on. Yeah, remember his son's in your 12th. Yeah. This is one of the things. This is one of the things about the sun in the 12th. It's like he can, how can I say this? He can like I said, he is going to want you to be a particular person and kind of bend to his own ways. And because he sees your blind spots, he will know what to say. And his Mercury's there. He'll know what to say to get you to be like, oh, okay, no, I won't work. Like he can definitely manipulate you. Okay. And I don't want you to be scared about that. Because sometimes people can manipulate you into doing good things, right? Maybe there's sometimes you think you want something and then, he's like, no, I have a better plan for you. This will be better for you. You'll be happier, right? And so I think sometimes you'll have to trust him. Sometimes you won't always know why he's doing what he's doing and just have to accept accept it and be okay with that. There might be a little bit of control that you have to let go of. So, yes. So not to say that you can't have it, but it could be a clash. Plus your Mercury in the 10th also clashes with everything in Capricorn for him. You said you're right because we have different schedules now. You are welcome. I hope you have much more clarity about him now. And let's see where this goes. Hi. Okay, let me open this for you. All right, so you want to know, can we look into love for me? I suppose to start, I want to know if setting boundaries with Chris and moving on is the right best thing for me to do for my life or guidance around that. Thank you. Of course. Alrighty. So I guess let's just ask like what do you need to know in love? And then we'll just kind of go from there. And then we'll ask about Chris. So, most important messages for Jaren, please. What do you want Jaren to know about her love life? How should she proceed forward with her love life? Should she set boundaries with Chris? Okay, so yeah, anyways, the Four of Swords just fell out of the deck. So I feel like the first step for you, the first way forward to you is just to take a step back, to just come back to self, right? To come back to self and rebuild the relationship and the connection that you have with you, because every single relationship is just only going to be a mirror of that. And if you are like uncertain about yourself, not sure about this or not sure about that, or not feeling super good about you, or like knowing 100% the path you're going down, then every single relationship is just going to mirror that uncertainty, is going to mirror that, shakiness. Like everything is just going to show that to you. And so, like, the first thing really would be to just take a step back and disconnect from everyone and just reconnect to yourself and become 1000% certain about what you want, the direction you're going in life, because then as people come in, you'll know either this person is compatible with me because they want the same things that I do and they're going in the same direction that I am, or they're not and they're just a distraction. But it's kind of hard to know when you're not certain, because everyone is a possibility when you don't know what your life is. You know what I mean? Like it could potentially work with anybody. But when you know for certain, like, I only want this type of relationship, I'm only doing this, I'm going to live here, this is what I'm going to do. And if someone's not on that, then you know it's a waste of time. So the first step is just getting really extremely super clear about you and where you're at and committing to yourself and your life and your direction. Bottom of the deck with that, I have the Justice card. It's just bringing greater balance into your life. Okay. Now we're going to ask about Chris. Okay. Is setting boundaries the right thing? Setting boundaries and moving on the right thing? Five of Swords, yes. Because he is, even though like it sounds nice to be like, yeah, like I'll be friends with my ex or whatever. It sounds nice, but what it does is it keeps that energetic channel open and it's never clean. There's always gray areas. There's different expectations on both sides, yet there's no accountability or there's no consistency or there's no certainty. And then accepting that in your life shows the universe, puts out an energy that like you're okay with that. And you want to show the universe the opposite, that I'm not okay with ambiguity. I'm not okay with non-commitment. I'm not okay with someone taking all my energy. Like you want to energetically show and embody that I am committed, that I am clear, that I am free. I don't have any emotional, like anyone pulling my emotions off. I'm totally ready for the thing, for the one, like mind, body, soul. I'm here and I don't care how long it takes because this is what I want. And you have to get like that black and white about it. And so for me, keeping the door open with him, especially if he's like dramatic, not emotionally regulated, has expectations of you, right? It's not like he's like an ex where it's like, yeah, cool, like live your life, like I'm happy for you, da 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 da. No, if he's like kind of acting like a boyfriend, but he's not really your boyfriend, and you want to move on from him, just close the door. Close the door. It does you absolutely no favors because that guy that you want does not want you to have an emotional tie with another guy, right? Like that guy that you want, you wouldn't want him to have an emotional tie with another girl. So you have to live as if the person you are going to be with next is already in your life. And you just have to conduct yourself like that. And you have to just sit in that energy for as long as it takes, right? For as long as it takes for you and that person to magnetize each other. But the way that you get there is by just upholding the energy of commitment. So I would say for sure. And bottom of the deck, I have King of Swords. So that's making a swift decision and not explaining yourself, right? This isn't good for me. I don't need to explain it. I'm done. Let's get one more here. Ooh, I have the Chariot. Yeah, the best thing to do, and I have the Ace of Cups, which is nice. The best thing to do at this particular point in time is really just to focus on the foundation of your life and making sure that there's, like I said, if you were to receive the guy right now, if he was to come into your life right now, could he lean on you emotionally? Like, are you strong enough to carry someone in your heart? Or are you still, shaky? Is there still shakiness there? Are there still problems that you're currently dealing with? How's your family life? Like, could someone come into your family unit right now and you guys are good, you can take this person in, everything's strong, everything's cool, and they would just add value to your family? Like, that's what I would be working on right now, like making sure that you have a really strong emotional foundation, that you're really emotionally even, you're, available to the people around you, people can count on you, you can count on others, right? So that way when this person comes in, you're not like, they're not saving you from something, or you're not latching on to them because they're the one providing you that emotional foundation. It should be the other way around. It's like they are getting with you, they have like an emotional rock in you, and they don't have to like rescue you or save you. So that's what I would focus on. And I think that this person, this love is not far away because I have the Ace of Cups at the bottom of the deck. So just with a few minor tweaks of your mindset and your heart set, you can be in the proper position to attract something really good in. But for sure, because we're in 2026 now, like anything from the last 9 years of your life that didn't make it, that's not fully committed to you, that you're not 100% certain about, really should just be released at this point in time, because If it didn't make it in the last 9-year cycle, it certainly won't make it in the next 9-year cycle. And, you know, if he still is who he is and he hasn't changed yet, then that's just who he's going to be. And it's not your responsibility to change him, help him, fix him. It's not your job. And that's really not really what being in a relationship is about either. Like, of course you're there for your partner, you support them, but it shouldn't be like emotional labor. You know what I mean? It should be very equal. So I would like show the universe I want equality, I want commitment by just being that, by being equality and by being commitment. You know, having your heart open for love and all the possibilities, but also having a strong backbone, having a strong foundation, having a strong life that you love, that someone can come into and they can gain tremendous amount of value from you. So that is what I have. And actually, as I was pulling this, I was like, I'm going to pull you an oracle card too. So let's see what Spirit wants you to know about love right now. You're welcome. I have strictly sexual coming out. So yeah, with him, with Chris, the card itself said this connection is passionate but not enduring, right? So it's like there could be a lot of energy there, but don't mistake energy for compatibility or commitment. Those are two very, very different things. Love is so much higher vibe than that. So just open yourself up for something higher. But yes, I hope this was helpful. My pleasure. Yeah, these connections are always super fun, but they just don't give anything. You are welcome. Good luck. Hey, Rhoda. So happy you were able to watch your reading. And yes, I'm not surprised to hear that there are lots of blocks. Makes perfect sense with the astrology. And yeah, I definitely think you probably got to find a new, different, alternative way to do what you want to do. So let's grab your chart here. Alrighty, let me pull up the transits. All right, so we are January 15th now. All right, so we are in the dark moon phase now of the last lunar month that started off as a new moon in Sagittarius, which for you is, let me take that off, which for you is your third house. Okay, so all of this past lunar month, the past 4 weeks, have been all about a new beginning when it comes to your mindset, a new beginning when it comes to your beliefs and the way you think and move about the world. And so, right now, this is where you kind of are culminating that. And, you see the conclusion that you're coming to now, which is that, well, maybe you went into this lunar month thinking, I want to do this and this is how I'll do it. But now at the end of the lunar month, you could be saying, well, maybe I need to have a new way of thinking about this. So that was sort of the intention of the last lunar month. Well, now this weekend, we enter the next lunar month, which is the new moon in Capricorn. And this for you is going to be your fourth house. So now for the next month, everything is going to be centered around home, family, your emotional well being, your place of living, and sort of now having a different perspective or having to start something new in this area of your life. And this new moon is going to happen at 28 degrees. And so if you notice, your midheaven is at 28 degrees of Cancer. So this new moon will be exactly opposite to your midheaven in Cancer. So what you're going to be dealing with now the next 4 weeks is the opposition between the person that you want to be out in the world, your career, your public reputation, your status, and having the home life, the family life, the emotional life, the emotional foundation that you need in order to, one, just feel good about yourself, but also to have a strong foundation that allows you to reach higher heights out in the world. Because for you, luckily you do have Saturn in the fourth house, which does provide a level of stability. But, um, you know, in order for you to be able to get where you want to go in life, it really, having a strong foundation is everything. So now that's going to start to pop up, is like, where is my foundation lacking? Where don't I feel supported? Where don't I feel that confidence, right? Which is like a big part of the reading that we did. Is it's so important for you to feel confident when you go out in the world, to people to look at you and say, yeah, this person's solid. This person's, someone worth investing in. This person, has a lot of value, or they have a lot of potential, and people seeing that in you, that all stems back from home, right? Home, family, who you are behind the scenes. So that's going to start popping up now. All right. So, but the day before that, Venus will move into Aquarius. And this is important because you're Libra rising. So, Aquarius for you is your fifth house of love, excuse me, love, dating, romance, and children. But also, it's about, your inner child, your self expression, your creativity. So, it's a good time to start thinking about, again, kind of like what we talked about in the 2026 reading, is like, what do you want to express? Like, what is it that you have to, share or express or give in this world? And start thinking about how you can do that, how you can start getting your message out there or start putting yourself out there. All right, so that's this upcoming weekend. And then on January 19th, the sun will enter Aquarius, and that's also in your fifth house. So then you'll start really focusing day to day on fifth house matters, love, dating, romance, children, self expression, creativity. And when I say creativity, I don't mean like art and stuff. I mean like stuff that comes from you. You have an idea, you have a feeling, you have an urge and a desire to make something, create something, say something. And it's that process of getting it out of your body and out into the world. So that's the way that you're going to start thinking over the next month as well. All right. Then on January 20th, Mercury will enter Aquarius. So, we're getting into Aquarius season at this point in time. So everything shifts into your fifth house. So everything I've been saying, that's where you're focusing. And with Mercury here, that's what you're thinking about. January 23rd, Mars goes into Aquarius. So here's where you put more action behind it. So initially you're just maybe thinking about it, talking about it. Then Mars comes in, and this could see you actually doing something, taking some type of action in regards to your creativity and self-expression. Then on January 25th, you'll have the first quarter moon in Taurus, and this will be at 6 degrees of Taurus, which for you is your eighth house of, other people's money, debt, taxes, insurance, mortgages, loans, all of that stuff. And the first quarter moon is about a challenge that we're coming up against. So, I'm not quite sure what the exact blocks are that you're coming up against when it comes to school, but this is where, you could find yourself like trying to get a loan, trying to get a grant, and there's some type of challenge or some issue that they're throwing at you that you either have to try to overcome or you have to just succumb to. So your joint financial matters are going to become a problem here. So this isn't about money that like you have and you possess. It's more about the money that you're trying to get from other people. There's some type of challenge there, which is going to just kind of be a thing for everybody, really. But it's just kind of going to be a thing for the next couple of months, where the money that we don't possess and the money that we don't have is going to be much more difficult to get than it has been in the past due to a lot of economic circumstances that are going on. All right, then last thing for this month is that on January 26th, Neptune enters Aries. So we talked about that in depth in your reading, but this is a huge shift that not only you're going to feel in your own life, but we're going to all feel collectively. And I think like the biggest thing for you with Neptune leaving your sixth house is that um it's going to make daily life a lot easier, like your ability to just focus and get things done and make a plan and move forward on things will likely be a lot easier with Neptune not in your sixth house. That will probably be the most immediate thing that you'll feel like the most alleviation. But as Neptune goes into your seventh house, it immediately, and it technically kind of already is in square, but it immediately starts to make a square with your Neptune in the fourth. So, or I'm sorry, with your Mercury in the fourth. So, Mercury for you rules your ninth house of education, your beliefs, your values, and it also rules your 12th house of your behind the scenes life, your mental health, your spirituality, and healing. So, what I see with that is probably the most immediate thing you'll experience with this Neptune is other people not being on the same page as you, especially family members. Family members being like, "What are you doing?" Or, "Oh, that's what you're pursuing," or "You believe that," or, "Why are you doing this?" Like, that's probably the first thing you'll experience. Um, you'll start to notice, like, who supports you fully and who doesn't, like, who kinda challenges you, and it's not that people are challenging you because they, like, don't want you to be successful, it's more like, "Why are you doing that? Like, what's the point?" Like, people not really seeing, like, what's your vision for the future, or why don't you just do this? Why don't you just, keep things simple? It's kind of people trying to protect you in a way, um, because it's like they don't see your vision, they don't see your plan, they don't understand, like, why you're doing what you're doing. So the challenge for you is just gonna be to stand strong in what it is that you wanna do and go, "I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna pursue this," or, "This is what I believe," or, "This is where I'm at," and not, like, caring if people, especially family members, are, like, doubting you or going against you. And of course, like we talked about, as Saturn goes into your seventh house as well, this is kind of like a bigger theme that you're dealing with also is, kind of having to deal with challenging family dynamics. Alrighty. So lots of fifth house energy, lots of fourth house energy. You said I just applied for a scholarship, so I'm hoping it comes through. Yes, my family, especially my dad, has always been that way. Yeah, it will become a bit more noticeable or pronounced or just like annoying now at this point with that square. So, but you're aware, you have, the information. So now it's just the astrology. It's, just something for you to endure and overcome and to not let it affect you, in any type of significant way. You're welcome. Good luck.